It just do that. Very Shizuku. God chose me to be a diva. What can I say? I was chosen. Magic card. What movies you clip in? I don't know yet. Did I Vogue today? I'm voguing right now. My hair is voguing. Why his mouth is so open? It's like dads when they teach you math, but they get really frustrated. When I said we're gonna watch 50 Shades Darker, no, I'm not watching 50 Shades of Grey on stream. That is how you fucking die. Oh, Chatterbox. Oops, Blade Runner. Why does it say Blade Runner? Because I'm a replicant. Thanks, show me the beans. No, I'm not a clanker, I'm organic! Gyarados' mouth closed? That looks like a Smadge. Just add some tears. I'm gonna use what I learned yesterday and make a better drawing with the techniques I learned yesterday. Yeah. Wait, what is shiny? Oh, shiny Gyarados is red. No. Orca tried to read Ulysses, but Orca can't understand beyond surface level themes. I want to watch Batman Beyond. They have that for free. Oops. I've never seen Batman Beyond. It's the bat. Maybe we watch Perfect Blue and then Batman Beyond. Thoughts? That sounds good. But I want to finish this drawing first though, and I'm gonna take my time with it because I want to make it nice. Because yesterday I rushed 3. Movies are very enjoyable when you have a developed frontal lobe. I can't believe, like, I think it still kind of like blows my mind that I legitimately for a time in my life thought and relayed this to Big Al that I didn't like watching movies. But it was like, also another thing is like, it is very possible to be with somebody that actively suppresses your brain. Like, they make sure your brain is smooth because their brain is smooth. And I didn't know that was a thing. Like, it's very possible. This is why you should never give that bum-ass ugly dude a chance. Learn it from me. Yeah, or like versus like when you actually watch movies or like engage in media with somebody that has a brain, they activate parts of your brain with you. They're like, oh, so what did you think about this, you know? I want to put some Magikarp. Wow, that's a really good drawing. Wow, who is this artist? This is really good. Wow. Well done. Well done. What the themes are in Blade Runner, it's about what makes, what quantifies, or what parameters quantify a human being a human. If somebody can emulate perfectly of human emotions and development and have experiences that emulate a human perfectly despite being made for something else, does that make them a human? And the answer is yes. Because we are a collective of our experiences. Even if experiences are implanted, it doesn't make it any less genuine. Or it's not genuine in the sense that it was their experience, but if you implant memories in somebody, it's still like valid for how they feel. Shut up, Matthew. I'll do whatever I want. It's a free country. Thanks, Nongwin. But I think the not necessarily a problem, but like a lot of weird AI tech bros seem to think that right now the kind of ChatGPT conversations that they're having are humans, and it's like, no, I don't think we're at the Blade Runner technology of replicants. But they think that it is, but it's not. Because there's a massive leap in like logic and decision making that we're giving these hypotheticals of, well, if the LLM talks like a human, it's a human, right? No, it's not at the level of Blade Runner or other sci-fi. It's a big leap to assume that. Thanks, Draco Blue. I really like this song when it goes like Wah! Media analysis on Black Swan. I was talking about Black Swan with Hugh yesterday, and then I was trying to find the exact quote of what the director said. So I was wrong on one detail. Was he did get the rights for Perfect Blue, but it was actually for a scene that he copied in Requiem for a Dream. And then he ended up not actually remaking Perfect Blue, but then made Black Swan. And then when asked multiple times about whether or not it was inspired from Perfect Blue, he said no multiple times. So that means what I think happened was this guy's too egotistical to admit that it was inspired, and he wanted not to have a Perfect Blue remake, but he wanted his own. Yeah, so he plagiarized. Because he didn't want his name to be attached to something else, something very transformative that somebody else made. He wanted his own perfect blue. So he's a hack, is what I'm saying. That doesn't mean he's not skillful. He does have some skill, but is it as skillful as he wishes? Absolutely the fuck not. Die. So I still think he's a hack, yes. I think I want this to be a little more fluid. Anyways, so with the new house update in Love and Deep Space, you can choose the body wash that your boys are using, which is heat. You can peep on them in the shower. But I've been enjoying the gardening a lot. Give it a little looky look. Give it a little look-see. What does it do? It gives them like a little effect around them. I think makes them happy. And then you can give my favorite part of it is the flowers that you can plant and then crossbreed and make new flowers. So that's how you like unlock different colors of flowers. And they have hydrangeas. I have also decided I really like peonies. I really like pink peonies. Hydrangea is my favorite, and then I would say peonies are up there. I got a flower pressing book, so then I can collect all the flowers I get. Just like a little petal and a little leaf here and there. Will I pick up gardening in real life? I'll think about it. I think it would be really cute to grow some flowers on the balcony or something. We'll see. Light bulbs for indoor growing. Yeah, don't those use a lot of power? I was looking at the energy readings, and the moment this bum ass moved out, my energy usage like went half. It got fucking halved. I was like, what the fuck? That makes sense. I don't think a person necessarily, like, if there's two people, they use double the amount of energy. Because I would say generally it's like one person uses X amount and then two people will use 1.5 times. Yeah, I don't think two people would consume twice the amount of energy as one person. That's too much. That's just my theory, though. That's just a theory, a game theory. Yeah, like common space would be shared, etc, etc. I think summer, I mean, it was also like they always had the AC on. It was really fucking annoying. It probably was that also. But also they were like really dumb and very inefficient with everything. And also always ran the wash. Oh my god. I wouldn't even say high wisdom, low in. I would just say low, low, low. Sometimes some people have a terrible debuff, and it just gives like a permanent stat effect. That's just how it is sometimes. Or rather, it was like a temporary buff that made you think their stats were inflated, but it's like a temporary increase, and then as that temporary buff starts to wear off, you're like, that's not your actual base stats. Wait a second. So this... I think this moves back a little bit. Yeah, like a meal buff in Monster Hunter. Exactly. Actually, I think this needs to move back even more. Because it goes mouth, eyeball, and this. Yeah, would you want the member in your party to have like a base stat of 15 in or a temporary int buff of like +8, but then the base is like 8? And then the buff will run out. Hell no. How often can you apply? It just starts to gradually decrease over time. Permanently. And it doesn't reapply. What other sea Pokemon? I think I'll just add more Magikarps. Yeah, it's a one-time use. So it's like times 100? No, it's more like times 1.5 and then it just starts to go down. This music is very nice. Okay, Magikarp has a tongue. I'm very excited for Bubblemon. Green is hidden in my color wheel, it actually is. Shh, you don't need to know where green is. Yippee! I don't like green. I don't fuck with green. So you hate Zelda? Yeah. Yeah. Zelda's green? Zelda's not green. They meant Link? Who's Link? He's URL's brother? Oh, really? The wave sounds make me want to pee. Yeah, they're playing some yellow notes. Excuse me. Breath of the Wild is a very long game. I think Asian families have a yellow note where they go like shh to try to get you to pee. And then, yeah, I think that's like a very Asian thing. There's a cultural yellow note. Yeah, that's what they would do to get me to pee as a kid. The yellow note. Why want you to pee? Because you're a kid and you don't know how to pee? So then they try to get you to pee before you like go out so you don't have to pee? Are we copying titles? I stole Pobelter's title yesterday. Because I'm lazy. No, I'm not growing my hair ever again. I'm keeping it short forever. I also feel the same when I look at other people with long hair that cut it short. I'm like, you look so much better with short hair. Like, so much better. I just straight up don't find long hair attractive. I find short hair very pretty. Maybe that's too big. If I had flat hair, I would probably just get a pixie cut, but my hair sticks out like a chia pet. Doesn't work for me. It just goes poof. Dude, styling long hair took so long because you would have to do it every time. But then with short hair, one, my hair just dries like this. Two, when I do have to style my hair, I just style it once and it will last that way for the next 2 days and then I'll wash my hair again. So easy. The best part is not having to deal with like creepy men going like, I like your hair longer, kill yourself. Yeah. just a compliment. You should smile more. This is why women aren't getting married anymore. Is because bitches like you are stuck up and don't know how to accept compliments from nice guys like me. Also, male loneliness epidemic. Oh. I don't know, just don't be creepy. What? She doesn't have kids at the age of 25. She's expired. Yeah, so what's the response for like people that are like, she hasn't had kids, blah blah blah, whatever, and you're like, well, I'm planning on adopting in the future or fostering. Because they're like, because their talking point is you have these maternal instincts that you have to nurture, right? But if you say that you're gonna foster or adopt kids, then what's their response to that? I think they would just glitch out because they can't even really formulate a coherent argument. They probably say something like, use your uterus? Yeah. But what if I'm concerned about the horrible foster care system and there's so many kids that need to be adopted? We're in the moral Olympics. You can't come at me for that. Good luck. Yeah, I think like going down that conversation line just eventually will get them to admit that they just want you to be a breeder. They want you to like constantly pump out kids for some reason. I think if I had to guess, it's like some kind of like psychological thing where they have reduced women to essentially just incubators, and that's all they see them as, which is what comes down to the objectification of women. Because it's not actually about nurturing some kind of maternal sense that they will say that it's about, because then you'll be like, well, I don't mind adopting or fostering. But they don't actually, they know they can't like outright say that. So they'll like say it in a roundabout way. Yeah, it does come from a desire to make sure that the status quo is maintained. Damn, Gyarados looks kind of bald. His wig is fucking snatched. Thing's hay. One. I guess the amount of sections, yeah, doesn't really matter. Oh yeah, there's did you guys go look at my Instagram stories? Another case in point. Remember how I mentioned that, like, I don't know what it is, but for some reason, whenever like really weird people get singled out, they always mention Hasten or Hassan. And I'm like, I don't understand. This guy, Hassan's like not even my friend. We haven't spoken to each other in years. I literally don't understand. It's like Hassan derangement syndrome or something. Why do they always bring that up? Or like they always bring him up in the context of me when I don't, like, I am not related to these people at all. Yeah, I'm like, I'm so far removed from those people. Yeah, and then it's always the same type of commenters or chatters. They're weird as hell. Yeah, it's very, it's just, it's such a common, like, denominator that I'm not even sure. I don't even know, man. I'm just drawing Pokemon. Yeah, I could be talking about what I had for dinner, and no, that's literally what happened. I remember when I was playing that, I was playing Neo one time, and then someone was being weird in chat, and then I was like, yeah, something completely unrelated topic, and then somebody brought him up again. Just completely unrelated. I was like, what? What is he even related? What was he even relevant to? I didn't say anything about him. Nobody brought him up. A little Chungus sections. Yeah, I think the only time we've ever talked about Hassan is when, like, chatters randomly bring him up. And I'm like, why did you bring him up? Nobody said anything. And they're like, something something mainstay. What? Hasten. Casey Tron has a lawsuit? I don't know. I am not in the know. It's way too dank? Yeah, I don't know. The hostage video? There's a hostage video? Was Casey Tron held hostage? What the fuck is going on? What? What? Just look at it? Nah. I want to know whether or not FaZe Banks did more drawings. I'm interested in his art journey. That Abercrombie and Fitch tattoo. I mean, I support his drawing endeavors. I think that'd be good for him. You should join my art contest. The lawsuit is over. So does she win? And also from the way you're describing this, it sounds like you might be mentally ill. Just like an observation for somebody that like is very far removed from all this. I don't think you have a healthy perception of that going on. Because most people, I don't even think you probably don't even realize how like deranged you sound. Oh, you keep up with this. Okay. You should probably go outside. Thanks, Asint. You're sub to be in Turkish man? Cool, that didn't address anything. I think you should go outside. And probably not care so much about that stuff. Fresh air is good. I agree. Shout out fresh air. I think I'm just gonna copy and paste the fin over here. I don't like how asymmetrical this is. Growing a tree actually sounds very fun. I should grow peonies. Having a little flower garden sounds amazing. But I think I have too many hobbies right now. I don't really have a yard to grow a tree. Growing growing flowers, having a bunch of flowers growing. If I look into it, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really give a shit. And I don't think you seem to understand that I do not give a shit. And the only reason why I even talked about him is because people bring him up unprompted when I have no relation to him and I'm not even his friend anymore. We're not friends because we don't talk. We don't care. I do not talk to him. We are not friends. We streamed and were friends at a certain point 5 years ago. That's it. Best advice would be to don't mention him or that. So why did you mention it then, you stupid bitch? I'm gonna be honest, like, people like you are why Hassan community and his fans get such a bad rep. It's because you don't even have the self-awareness to realize that we're talking about it in a very neutral manner and going like, yeah, I'm not sure why people bring this up. And then you started going off on a tangent about like details of this lawsuit involving this people, involving this person, involving this and that. And then go and say, never mind, don't bring it up. Like, you are the kind of person that gives his community a bad rep too. You guys are weird as fuck. He says the same thing. Exactly! I don't even think we would disagree on that. Thanks, Flying Bison. Oh, he's got one more thingy over here. Just the world goes deep on the hater side. I don't really give a shit. I genuinely don't give a shit. And if you're trying to explain it, you need to know I don't give a shit, okay? No one gaff except for people that are online too much. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. One more here. The only like drama that I knew about was the cyan thing, and where like somebody was just literally making shit up and then people just ran with it, and then I was like, what is wrong with people? And then the phase stuff with Banks and his cheese. Again? No, from like a month ago. What happened? Well, obviously there's a lot of kids that are going to be very upset, but more or less my stance was you can't just like say and relay something that you don't even know whether or not it's true and just take someone's word for it, especially if there's no proof of it. But then if there's proof of the opposite and that gets shown, then that implicates something that you believed was wrong. But I don't feel like that is a very controversial thing to say. Correct me if I'm wrong. Common sense, I know, common sense is a bit controversial. Or like, if you claim to have proof and then allude to something horrible that someone did, you have to show it. You can't just say, trust me. Because if you're going to go down that route of just like repeating slanderous stuff with nothing to back it up, you know that reflects very poorly on everybody, right? Everybody involved, whoever told you that, and the fact that you're relaying it. Trust me, I know this. I'm like 27 and I've been streaming for like 10 years. I think like what's also very like just unfortunate is if somebody accuses you of something and you're like, actually that's not true, here's the proof, and then immediately they play the card of, oh my god, why are you not respecting privacy? It's like, but you accused, so the burden of proof, because you didn't provide it, now lies on the accused to prove the opposite. But also, somebody did say, like, if you say something without proof, then that means you can also disprove it without proof. But then it just becomes a he said, she said. However, if one side is able to provide receipts as a supporting argument and supporting info, then obviously that's gonna weigh a lot more. Yeah, but people are getting dumber and lying's getting buffed? Yeah. Yeah, it really is. Like, lying really goes really far when one person doesn't lie and the other person always lies. Not even necessarily like the parties involved, but just like what people say behind the scenes. Because I have seen it myself personally, and contradictions after contradictions. And I'm like, how is this not insanity to anybody that's seen this? Thanks, Jigsaw. I mean, a lot of... I still stand by the fact, and I don't like to have the loser mentality that's like, oh my god, people are so weird, I'm gonna stay away from everyone. Because for the most part, most people are good and will give things some scrutiny, but people also have terrible, terrible blind spots that they can't acknowledge, because if they do, everything that they know comes unraveling. And what I mean by this is, can you, like, let me come with an example. It's like, are you able to come to the terms that your best friend is a massive instigator and liar? Here's proof. Screenshot, 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 text, 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 text. And then they might say like, yeah, but they were only told this information from someone else. But then it's like, okay, engage your critical thinking a little bit. If they were told this information from someone else and it's unreliable, why did they relay it? Why did they go out of their way to make it worse? Why did they go out of their way to web this into involving so many more people? Is that okay? Then they would be like, yeah, but it's not their fault, you know? This kind of lack of accountability that extends to people that they hold close, they will not acknowledge it because they would rather sit in a peaceful corner and accept the fact that as long as it's not happening to them, they're okay with it. So it's like what a chatter said a few streams ago, that a lot of people have no moral fiber. It's very true. A lot of people don't. And a lot of people are okay with other people not having this moral fiber. I'm not. Because I find it really fucking weird. I just don't, like, I also don't like this social dance of, like, saying one thing, meaning something else. I just like being upfront and straightforward. It should have stopped. Yeah, but there was no accountability had in this hypothetical. It was all, oh, I was told this by someone else. Yeah, but I was worried for you. Oh, I was looking out for a friend. Then why did you go out of your way to make it worse by wording it like this, by relaying it to this, by telling somebody something that they didn't need to know, which made them feel a certain way about somebody else? Like, all that. It's just... And I think a very common denominator to that I've noticed, unless you have another theory for it, is massive insecurity. Like, I've noticed that there's so many people who are insecure and in denial about it. The worst part is being in denial about it. Because when they're in denial about it, it manifests in such a bitter way that they project that outwards. And a really good example would be like, for example, somebody's insecure about Wake. They start telling me that he is a clout chaser, he's a clip farmer, he's a performative male, and he edits his photos. It's like, where did this come from? He doesn't do that. That's not him. The reason that you're telling me this is because you don't want me to like him because you're bitter about this. But are you aware of why you're presenting this person that did nothing to you in such a harmful manner to me? No, because otherwise you wouldn't say stuff like that. Which is why people who are insecure but in denial about it are very, very dangerous. Because they will warp how you feel about other people in a very insidious manner that they might not even be maliciously trying to do on purpose. It just comes out because that's how it formulated in their head. And then they then spread that negativity around because they think it's okay. Understand? Any questions? Thoughts, comments, concerns? If they do it on purpose, it's like, okay, you're just fucking evil. but it actually gives them some grace in understanding that a lot of times when people are manipulative, it's not because they're trying to be evil. It's because they have a deep-rooted insecurity that causes them to think it's okay to behave in that manner. Which ends up having manipulation as a byproduct. You let them live in the world if you're not engaged with bad behavior. Yeah, but you know what happens is that this is what happened to me, and I've talked about this before, is I distanced myself from some people because I found that they were constantly misleading stories and then like saying a lot of people were crazy. And then when I distanced myself, I'm the crazy one. They recalled a lot of incidents, left out important context, talked about me the same way they would talk about other people when I was friends with them. I was the crazy one now. So even if you do remove yourself, they can't remove themselves from it because that's all they know. So it's just, at that point, it's like, it's a mild annoyance because it is like slanderous to your character for people to do that. It's just like unfortunate. Yeah. Yes, people are very, very scared of people not liking them. Which is why I've also talked about this before, that I find people who are intimidated by me kind of like a pink flag. Because I'm like, you have no reason to be intimidated by me if you have never done anything to me and I've never done anything to you. Like, what are you scared of exactly that doesn't boil down to you're scared that I might not like you? Why would you think that I might not like you? Is it because I don't go out of my way to blow smoke up people's ass? Does that automatically imply that any kind of indifference is dislike? Are you only comfortable with people who go out of their way to express affection in words or actions because you can't handle anything less than that? And if you can't handle anything less than that, why are you so sensitive to how you are perceived below anything being liked? Like, that's some loser shit. Why are you fucking tripping? That's the thing. It's like, why are you tripping? Don't trip. Thanks, Denji. Yeah, in a way, idolize is a really strong word. I don't think they want you to idolize them, but a lot of people are very severely uncomfortable with the fact that someone might just not care about them. And to me, if you think someone not caring about you is dislike, you are insecure. Because you need people to like you for you to feel okay with them. You are a fucking pussy. Get over yourself. Stop thinking you're the fucking center of the universe, you stupid fuck. Holy shit. Get over yourself. Yeah, people think about themselves too much. It's literally like this thing that I saw. It was someone who was a quiet person. I was like, I didn't know that just being quiet made people not like that. And it was like, oh, you know why? It's because people really want you to like them. And when you're quiet and you don't express going out of your way to like this person, they take offense to that. And the kind of people that take offense to that should fuck off, is what I'm saying. It's like, look inside. Wonder why you need so much validation from people that you don't need it from, and live happily. Like, don't get so obsessed with how you're perceived. There's no reason to. That's why insecurity is such a disease. It doesn't just manifest in envy and jealousy. Get well soon, sweetie. Yeah. Yeah, people pleasers and people that try to be everybody's friend, even when you're like, hey, this person is like a sex pest, and they're like, yeah, but they're a good friend of me. Just be careful. You don't have to stay away from them, but just be careful that if there ever comes to the point in your friendship where they have to either stand by your values and your friendship and relationship with them, they will not pick you. They will pick being at peace with themselves, even if it means compromising something, a moral ambiguity that they expressed to you that they were not okay with prior. So if you don't know what I mean by that, I always use this example because it's exactly what happened to me. Is a friend that was like, I would never be friends with the cheater. They were friends with the cheater, and I asked them, why are you friends with the cheater? Well, technically they didn't cheat. And then it was like, oh, okay. So, you know, they do mental gymnastics in their head to be okay with it. No, I agree. I think it's, yeah, lack of backbone. That's why it's really good for me to use specific examples so that I'm not just talking with ambiguity. And that you can also understand exactly what I mean. Because I'm like very deliberate with my word choice, that it leaves very little room for miscommunication and misunderstanding. But you know what is the irony about that is, this was also something I talked to some friends, is because I'm so precise and very straightforward and efficient with how I speak, some people take offense to that. And I've had incidents with people where they have taken offense to how I talk and address an issue because I was not nice enough. And I'll give you an example, an excerpt of what I said. Let's say some issue happened. I said this. Hey, I want you to know that I was not comfortable with this statement that you said about this, and this. I think you should give people more benefit of the doubt moving forward because there are usually two sides to things and that things can often be misconstrued. If you are able to give people more benefit of the doubt, you'll also find that it's easier to be less negative about other people. I hope that you can reflect on this, and I am indifferent to mending our friendship as a result. So, to some people, saying this is considered being mean and being crazy. Which I was like, this, am I in the wrong for saying that? So then I talked to some friends, they're like, no, I would really appreciate how you talk. I like when you're direct, I like when you're just like straight to the point, and that we can talk like adults. But then some other people were also like, Daph, when you talk like this to some people, they literally will not acknowledge anything that you're saying unless you are very gentle with it. And then I'm like, okay, so if you're 30-something years old and you can't take that kind of statement and be receptive of it, and you immediately think it's an aggressive attack, and that means I have to talk to you like a toddler. I have to say 5 nice things before I say one straightforward thing. What does that mean? What does that mean when you're almost 30 and you cannot communicate efficiently and to the point? I think some people are just very emotional. Where if you don't go like, hey, I understand that you have this, I understand you're sensitive, like I understand this, blah, 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 and then actually you're a really sweet person, and then you have to like really butter them up before you get to the point. I just don't see the point. I just feel like it's so easy to be able to communicate in a very forthcoming manner. And if your immediate response to someone being straightforward to you is calling them crazy, being scared, thinking that they're mean, you need to get out of your bubble and stop being a pussy. Because what the fuck is wrong with you? You're like 30. It's weird. I'm not even 30, I'm 27, I'm fucking younger than these people. Yeah, I also really don't like it when people do that. I would also rather they be direct. Like, another very specific example I had was, somebody thought that I, like, was talking mad shit about the bit. They were upset because I relayed a story in where, they were related to it, and then they were upset that some people had DM'd them about it, of me talking about it, and they're like, yeah, I was really hurt by it. Now your audience knows who it is. And I'm like, hey, I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't think anybody cares, and I don't think it's realistic that, like, 3,000 people on my stream know who I'm talking about. And then they were like, yeah, but they know. And I'm like, you were humiliated, but you don't want to admit that you were humiliated. If you just admitted that you were humiliated instead of saying that, oh my god, some people knew that you were talking about me, I would be like, oh, it's okay, like, you don't have to worry about that. Then we can literally just be on the same page of that point. Like, it's okay if some people did find out, because it really isn't a big deal. But you really want to latch onto that one fact as kind of your reason for being upset, when it wasn't a really good reason to be upset to begin with. So I'm like, if you were just honest from the get-go, we would literally be able to address why you're upset and how you can lessen that anxiety. But you want to talk around it? Okay, fine, whatever. Yeah, I think, I don't think they actually want solutions. That's the roundabout thing that I'm talking about, is like people will not say how they actually feel, but expect you to infer from how they feel and then use like they will use like a bootleg, no, sorry, not bootleg. They will use like a bootstrap defense to try to get you to understand what they're feeling. But I don't do that. Because I want you to be upfront, because I'm going to take what you say at face value, and I expect you to do the same for me. People need to cope, and I'm denying that? Yeah, pretty much. I think that's what happened too. Yeah, I'm not psychic, just tell me, exactly. Because when this person said, hey, it freaked me out because people messaged me and they knew it was about me, I'm like, hey, just so you know, like 4 or 5 people messaging you about it doesn't mean that 3,000 people know. It's okay. What's the, like, what are you upset about? And they're like, well, I was upset because people know. I'm like, it's okay, you got maybe even 10 DMs. That's not 3,000 people. I'm sorry I called you a bitch. And then they started to say that they were not worried about public perception, and then I was like, if you weren't worried about public perception, then why did you frame it like you were upset that people had messaged you? Because it implies that you were upset that people knew who I was referring to. Therefore, I was trying to offer you comfort within that topic, but you rejected it because that's not actually what you were upset about. Yeah. So I'm like, why not just be honest? I don't understand. Maybe this is the neurodivergence. Do you think they even noticed they contradicted themselves? No. So like I said, so this is what happens with people that are they do this thing, they feel X, but they don't want to say X. So they tell you that they feel Y. So then if they feel Y and I'm like, "Oh, I'm going to offer comfort in regards to Y." And then they'd be like, no, because this is how they actually feel. But how am I supposed to know that? So the discrepancy here, the discrepancy here is, this is not actually how you feel. This is like a bootstrapped reasoning to try to say this because you're afraid of saying this for some reason. And I wish that you just did. Bootstrap? Yeah, so they're trying to like bring this weaker argument to support admitting how they feel, but they don't want to outright say how they feel. Why do you say tie these gremlins? Because they're not gremlins. These are people, and this is how people formulate their thoughts and articulate how they feel and how they work through emotions. And as somebody that is a lot more logical than emotional, when I come across just like problem solving with people that are very emotional, it's very difficult for me to work through it and see it from an emotional side, because I'm like, it's because it's a thing. Hey, I'm mad because 1 + 1 = 3. I tell you, you don't have to be mad at that because 1 + 1 = 2. And they're like, no, I'm going to stay upset at the fact that 1 + 1 = 3, even though I keep telling them 1 + 1 is 2. You don't have to be upset at this. They're like, no. Because in this case, it's like, if you don't say, yeah, I understand how you could see 1 + 1 = 3 is because this is this, and this is this, and then you have to work your way there. Like, these people need to be buttered up a certain way. Basically talk to them like a toddler. But then another thing where it gets even more complicated is someone that's saying 1 + 1 = 3, and you're like, actually 1 + 1 is 2, right? But they actually don't even care about this. They actually think this. But then you this is a really good example. But then you have to somehow find out that they meant this even though they're saying this. Because this is what they actually think, but this is what they're presenting you, and this is what you know. So then that's when you're like, what the fuck is wrong with all of you? Yeah. Yeah. Then they get mad for not feeling what they feel? Pretty much. That's kind of exactly what happened with the Rust. You know how when I was like trying to figure out and trying to fix the generational beef that Coconut and June had? And somebody was basically upset that I was trying to like farm drama off of June, because at one point I went up to him at his base and I was like, hey, just letting you know, like, how do you feel about Coconut? Because he says that he's down to fix things if you're down to fix things. Like, and then June immediately was like, what the fuck? This is weird. And then I immediately started backing off. And I was like, oh no, we don't have to talk about it. We don't have to talk about it. It's okay. Like, it's fine. We don't have to talk about it. I immediately recognized that, oh, this is like really serious. I had no idea that it was like a 3-year-long beef or whatever. I started backing up. I'm like, we don't have to talk about it. It's okay. We don't need to talk about it. And at the same time, June was also inching forward, and even after I was like, we don't have to talk about it, he kept saying stuff. And I was like, no, it's okay, it's okay. Actually, you can go and watch the VOD, you know, it's fine. And somebody was like, I don't like that you were farming drama. Personally, if I knew that somebody was uncomfortable, I would disengage. And then I was like, hey, just letting you know, I did disengage, and I had no idea that this beef was this serious, and I went and personally apologized to H. June right after, and it's like, fine. We talked about it, it's okay. And then they were like, yeah, but personally, like, if I knew that I was making somebody uncomfortable, I would disengage. So then I said, yeah, I did disengage. Actually, if you watch the VOD, I was backing away and I was, like, trying to disengage from the conversation. And then they say, well, personally, if I knew that somebody was upset, I would disengage. And I said, you can look at the VOD. That's what I did. And they were like, no. Yeah. They wanted me to apologize to them even though they weren't involved. Except I did apologize to them. I was like, hey, sorry, I didn't mean to make it so awkward. But also just letting you know, you don't have to be upset because I had no idea. And then they, I just thought it was just, like, if you feel a certain way about something, and it turns out that you don't need to feel that way about it, why do you still choose to feel that way about it? I don't understand that. Personally, I don't understand. Are emotionally predominant people cooked, or is it possible for them to develop a mature, effective community? Well, I think the best of both worlds is just being able to emotionally and logically navigate. But I think if you are presented with information that directly contradicts how you should feel, you should engage and with that information and therefore reprocess how you feel. And then re-engage in whatever the conversation is instead of being straight up in denial. What's going on? We're doing a dissection of the human logic. Going, oh, I'm sorry, I was misinformed, didn't know. Yeah, and that's exactly what I admitted when I was like, I didn't know that June and Coconut had like 3-year-long generational beef over a survival crafting game. I thought it was like a misunderstanding. I didn't play lots of Rust to know that. Yeah, I didn't know, but then apparently, I don't know whether or not this part is true, they still held on to that sentiment and was still like kind of upset at me for it and thought that I was dense for not knowing it because it was my job to know and understand these streamer dynamics and relationships because it's my job to browse Twitter and like know what the drama is. And then I was like, I honestly hadn't even thought about this conversation or that incident since having that confrontation right after it happened. I never thought about it again other than like, oh yeah, I guess some people just think a little differently. But and then I realized it's a communication thing where some people are just like very subscribed to how they feel and they will not see anything in any other way other than how they were explicitly feeling at that time. And they will not reprocess any kind of new information to understand that they didn't need to feel that way. Yeah, I mean, I think, I don't even know if they necessarily believe that, or they were trying to, again, bootstrap another weaker argument to say something that they don't explicitly want to admit. How would I have known beforehand? I don't. There's no way I would know. I had no idea. People need to learn to be more charitable about things like this. I think that's the irony of it, is that they don't even realize that they are assuming the worst in me, but then will go out of their way to be like, I don't like when people assume the worst about me, you know? It's a blind spot that they have that they don't even realize that they are hypocrites. Would I try to do something like that again? A Rust server? Or like confrontation? I don't mind, like, if I have an issue with someone, I'll just tell them. Which is exactly what I did, but I had no idea that it was something that they, like, thought about so negatively. Men friendships? This person's not my friend. But, like, I don't like when people have misunderstandings. So I try to... I try to, like, clear anything up. But then trying to clear this up with some people actually makes it worse for them because they're like, I don't like how you talked to me. And then how I talked was to the point, to the point, to the point, to the point, to the point. If they warn me about prior drama, they might think I'll pick sides, but don't really talk. Yeah, I mean, I had no idea. Like, genuinely no idea. But then they started like moving the goalposts, like, oh well, you should have known. Well, it's your job. How can you not know? It's like, now you're just kind of tackling things on because you didn't like how that went because you were proven wrong. I mean, I would love to engage in this conversation about it had I known that it was upsetting for them. Yes, yes, some people get really mad you're not dancing around the topic or their feelings. This is very true. You hate doing that too? And then this is where I personally have an opinion on this, is I think if you require people to talk to you like that, you need to learn how to communicate like an adult and not take everything so personally, because not everything is about you and how you feel. If there is a misunderstanding and the other person is trying to work through it, there's no reason for you to assume the worst. If you want to assume the worst out of somebody, then do you also live your life thinking that other people assume the worst about you? I know you do, because you're probably really insecure, because when you think about people like that, it doesn't just stay in a vacuum. It spreads everywhere. I'm also a very solution-oriented person. I also don't like marinating in misunderstandings. I like clearing things up immediately if I can. I like getting straight to the point. I like just dealing with what is in front of me and what we have observed and reprocessing based on that. If you want to be hung up on how you feel about something, and if I didn't acknowledge how you feel, but rather went for a more, hey, just so you know, like, you don't have to feel this way, and you get, like, upset, I think you should reevaluate how you process things, because if you're overly emotional to that point, it's probably not just that you have trouble communicating. You probably have a lot of issues. I don't know, but I just don't think there's any downside in being straightforward. I think I think also if you like have a conversation with someone like that and then they crash out, that's not on you. And if they do that, like, they're a little bit fucking insane. The way they talk to you sounds like how middle schoolers stand. It was, I mean, they were receptive, and then I thought the conversation ended up in a good note until it got brought up that there's a group of people that are, like, afraid of me, and I'm like, I've never done anything to you guys. What are you? I don't even know you. I've always been very straightforward. But if you're afraid of someone that's straightforward, why would you? That doesn't make sense to me. This is where I'm like very logical. It's like, why would you be afraid of someone that's so straightforward? They would just, if they didn't like you, they would just tell you. And if they didn't tell you that, then what are you afraid of? Unless you're assuming that they don't like you because you assume the worst. Then why would you assume that someone doesn't like you just because they didn't go out of their way to suck your nuts? Insecurity? See? Yeah, doesn't it all flowchart to insecurity? Just be honest. And I realized that the people that I get along best were all people that are like, Daph, I was never intimidated by you. And I'm like, good, because you're not an insecure person. You weren't afraid that I might not like you just because I didn't go out of my way to tickle your nuts. Yeah, God forbid I don't verbally jack everyone off to get my point across, literally. Okay, not literally, but... I was tickling your nuts and I said, move, bitch! You had a friend bring a shirt from high school and you had no drama for 2 years. But it's like, it was out of bitterness. I think also, but then one thing I do understand is one of the reasons why somebody might be afraid or intimidated with conversating with me is because I'm really good at pointing out contradictions and like illogical sentences. And then that might like scare people. Cause I'm like, wait, scroll up there. What do you mean by that? And then they just kind of glitch out and don't really acknowledge it. Which again, I think comes down to the thing, it's like, I will force you to confront something that you don't want to confront. So you're not actually afraid of me. You're afraid of confronting what you're insecure about. And I just happen to bring that out in you because I'm like, why did you say this? This part doesn't make sense. So it's not that I'm an evil, intimidating horse that scares lesbians. Someone told me, I wish that they take it personally, don't take it as a detached POV. Yeah, that's what my friend was saying. They were like, Daph, you're a really logical person, and what is unfortunate is that it's really hard for someone who's a really logical person to communicate with a really emotional person. Obviously, the best is meeting in the middle, but I find that an emotional person will not see logic the way a logical person can see emotion, because logic will build off of the facts and information that is in front of them to process. However, if I'm supposed to understand, like, somebody says 1 + 1 = 3, they're upset that 1 + 1 = 3, you tell them 1 + 1 = 2, hey, why are you upset? But then what they actually mean is 1 + 1 = 4, but they don't want to tell you this. This is so much more confusing to understand than someone going like, yeah, 1 + 1 is 2. Yeah, Hyun says emotional people usually like hoot and holler for like a week or two before they kind of like process things. But then for me, it's like, oh, this is how I feel, yeah, I'll just tell you. And then they're like, oh my god! And I'm like, but it made sense! What are you hooting and hollering about? Yeah, it's unironically, wait, I have something to be upset about, I'll get back to you. Pretty much. I just personally don't really get it, and I wish people would just be honest with how they feel. Eh. So my question is, am I the asshole? Trick question. It's subjective. Trick question. Yeah, from somebody's viewpoint, you are the asshole. Because you didn't babysit their emotions. Yeah, you didn't fondle their sack. Sometimes you gotta do a little fondling. Surprised there's so much beef behind the scenes. I mean, I don't consider it beef, and I don't think less of these people that I've been involved with, except for that one friend that's like fucking weird as hell, the ex-friend, but I don't consider it a attack on their character, and I don't think of them less for it. I just think that these are people that I could never personally get along with because we're so different. And I would probably never be their friend or good friends with them because we just have such a massive disconnect. And then where it also gets complicated is me relaying this publicly or privately to friends that know who I'm talking about. It can absolutely be interpreted as, oh, by the way, like, she was shit talking. By the way, like, she fucking hates you. And then that's when it gets complicated, because for me personally, I still don't give a shit about these people. They're still not my friends. And I don't mean that in like, I don't like them way, but it's just like, I don't know them. I'm indifferent. I'm not friends with them. We're acquaintances. That's it. I don't think of them less. I just think we communicate very differently, and I personally don't like their style of communication. Therefore, I don't think we can connect on a deeper level beyond being colleagues. Yeah, so I don't take it personally, but then if I were to relay this information to somebody who's a bit of a messy bitch, they would be like, by the way, Daph was talking shit about you. And then now there's an issue. Now there's somebody like instigating, making it sound worse than it is, and just freaking out basically. And then making other people freak out about it too. Which is what happens, is there's a lot of these like instigating fuckers. Yeah, there's a lot of very disingenuous framing of things that I've noticed happens. But I think where I kind of have a difference in opinion is, I just don't think that somebody not caring about you is inherently dislike. But some people definitely take it that way. And I don't think they need to. If I framed it that way to them one-on-one, they'd understand. No, some people are forever subscribed to a very emotional state of processing information and conversation. They don't understand how my brain works the way I don't understand how their brain works, because I'm like, I just showed you 1 + 1 is 2, why are you upset 1 + 1 is 3? Well, you're dense for that. And I'm like, okay, well, no, I think you're dense. You know, that's just where it would go. What is like the 69 perspective situation? The point that is, it's more complicated than that, because what happens is their emotions are valid, however, the argument that they presented is not. So I debunk the argument, but they don't address that, basically, that it's been debunked. And then they see it as, even though you debunked it, you didn't acknowledge my emotion, therefore what you say is invalid. So that's why I'm like, I think there's a little bit more correctness in my like logic and how I think things through. Destroyed by facts and law. Ben Shibibo. Yeah, communication mismatch. Which comes to the discussion of, is it okay to be so emotional that you don't see any logic, because we are in an era where, yes, mental health is a lot more prevalent and therapy speak is being weaponized. However, I think there's a balance to being very emotional and acknowledging that emotion, but then also realizing that there are severe downsides to being a very emotional person. The same way that there are downsides to being a very logical person. Is it that they're too emotional, not mature enough to communicate properly? So that's subjective. Personally, I think that this is immaturity disguised as I'm an emotional person and you must validate my emotions. But it's a very, very gray area. But I personally think that when people are unable to communicate at the level that I think adults should speak at, it is immaturity. Yeah, they use it as a shield when they get fact-checked. I agree. Because it also creates a lot of like blind spots that they don't notice, because they're very caught up with the fact like, you have to validate how I feel. How I feel is valid. It's like, well, yeah, that's okay, but 1 + 1 is 2, not 3. And they're like, 1 + 1 is 3! It's like, emotional friendships get fucked. I agree. Like, if I had to pick, even though it's like way more complicated than that, I would always pick more logical people over emotional people, because emotional people just be hooting and hollering about shit all the fucking time. Even though it doesn't even make sense. But most people are very emotionally driven. Yeah, most people are very emotional. They hooting and hollering. I've always been very logical. But it's like, it just makes sense. I like dealing with what I can acknowledge and see. Have I ever coddled their feelings to see where the situation would go? Nah, I just break up with them. I don't like having to be an emotional babysitter. Ever started a conversation with someone after a while I could tell they were homeschooled? Not necessarily homeschool, but I've definitely had conversations with people where I like immediately felt a disconnect. And I was like, oh, I can see we're never gonna be good, like close friends. Which is fine. We don't need to be close friends. No, this is just my daily drawing for the day. Gyarados has no limbs. Yeah, I agree. The best part is being able to recognize how to be emotional and how to be logical. You have to have both. And I find that although I am more on the logical side, I definitely struggle more with the emotional understanding of why other people will phrase certain things a certain way, but at least I'm like willing to engage with that. But it is definitely hard when they don't explicitly present themselves in how they're feeling, but rather talk around it because they're insecure, which is why insecure people are extremely frustrating to deal with for someone like me. A lot of people, then there's the I just speak the truth people who are just dickheads. Yeah, and I also had a conversation about that. There's a difference between people who are just like very logic tuned versus people that are like, I'm just a blunt bitch. Because the difference is cadence. I would say insecurity is a red flag. I have no interest in being friends with insecure people, and I don't like dating insecure people because that issue always blows up something and gets way worse than it is. But like there's a difference between also not like necessarily insecure people, but insecure people that project that kind of bitterness outwardly. Well, due to your detriment, yeah. That's as far as you can help. It's like stance switching. Yeah, switching into logical or emotion stance. And then Dragon Stance. You had a friend claim you became friends with her just so you look better because you use makeup in school and she doesn't, and you should have been like, you stupid fucking cunt, and then beat her ass, because that's what I would have done. Yeah, that's some mental gymnastics. Next, so that's some Olympic mental gymnastics. It's hard to break someone from insecurity. No, I mean, the most you could do is just like kind of be supportive to them. But it's also very mentally draining because it manifests in people in so many different ways. And why I would give the advice of like, stay away from insecure people is assuming that you actually do acknowledge it. And you notice it in a friend is because their perception of people is so warped because they see themselves so poorly that they start to see other people very poorly. So for example, I'll give an example. Somebody who is insecure really wants validation from other people. They're a people pleaser. They want people to like them because they're very obsessed with the fact that if people don't like them, there's something wrong with them. So they need that validation. So what happens if they do know someone doesn't like them? They're crazy. They are this and that, they're this, they start making all these things up in their head about how you should stay away from this person, that you shouldn't like this person, blah blah blah. And that negativity spills out. And it completely stems from insecurity because it came from the root of being really afraid that they might not be liked. They put these shit-stained goggles on you that you don't realize has been shit-stained because you've been so used to the stench of shit that they carry around because they always have these shit-stained goggles on. And it isn't until you step away from this person that you're like, why did I feel so negatively about people all the time? And then you realize it's because of how they talked about people and that you were also doing the same thing because you had these shit-stained goggles on and you were both just sitting in waist deep shit, just going like, this person's crazy, that person's crazy, this person sucks, that person sucks, this and that and this and that. Yeah, don't put on the shit stain goggles. Sounds like they don't want you making new friends outside of them. I mean, I don't know if that was their intention, but I also don't know if they're still like that, but from my experience of looking back, it gave me a really good blueprint of what to avoid in people. I was like, thank you for teaching me such a valuable lesson, you piece of shit. But then I was, another friend reached out to me and was like, Daph, you're like so different now and I'm happy for you and you taught me to be more positive, and I was like, that's such a sweet message. I'm so glad that I could take the shit stain goggles off now. Like, wow, there really has been a noticeable difference in me. And then it also made sense because it's so easy for me to make friends. It's so easy for me to see the good in people when someone's not whispering in your ear how this person's weird, this person's a clout chaser, be careful of this, be careful of that. It's always the usual suspects. I remember there was this conversation somebody like mentioned to me that I randomly remember too. They were having dinner and Pokey was there, and they okay, so basically they were having dinner and Pokey was there and some other people were there, and this person who was my friend was like talking about their friends, which was like me, some other people, whatever, and was telling Pokey about our friend group, whatever. Then later this person relays to me this: yeah, I was like talking about you guys, but then Pokey like wasn't really asking any questions about you guys, and I thought that was kind of weird because usually when you talk about someone, like, you want to ask questions, right? Yeah, and like she didn't really ask any questions. And then I suddenly remembered that, and I was like, why are you trying to make me feel like she's weird for not asking about people that she doesn't really know? Why? Why are you instigating? Like, what the fuck? It's totally normal for her to maybe not want to ask questions because she doesn't know. Like, why did you assume the worst? And then go and relay that, so then now the intention was that now I would have a more negative view of her. Then I look back, I'm like, this person did this a lot. Yeah, it's just, yeah, they always want you to look at the shit, not the shit stirrer. Exactly! Oh my god, exactly. It's like, you put that shit in the toilet! Wait, you put that there! It's like, so what if she didn't ask? Who cares? Why did you frame it like it's a bad thing? There, she just doesn't care. Yeah, exactly. But like, the way that they talked about this, the way that they relayed this information, what was their intent, you think? Because they can't just go and say that and not expect people to have a reaction to that. And I didn't learn how to recognize this until I got the fuck away from this person who was, in my opinion, objectively a fucking disgusting person, despite them not having done anything. Like, they didn't do anything illegal, any crime, but I think it's incredibly disingenuous, and I think if you're that kind of person, you are frankly disgusting. To like play around with intention, to play around with relaying false information, and to slander people regularly, and then normalize it to the point that people around you also do the same. And when I got away from that and realized how much more positive friendships were and how much easier it was to make friends, I was like, I'm really glad I went through that friendship to realize how disgusting that was. Thank you for teaching me a very valuable lesson of being somebody that I never want to be again. Kill yourself. But to be fair, I don't know if they're still like that. Maybe they got therapy, maybe not. I don't know. It was just very, very gross. Maybe Hope posting, maybe they're different now. I don't know. I do not keep up. But there could be a silver lining. You never know. People are so interesting, aren't they? Feels like my frontal lobe has expanded exponentially. Maybe they were like me, someone else put the shit goggles on them and they have yet to remove them. Maybe, but there's also some accountability in acknowledging that you have shit goggles on. Because I am not happy with the person that I was and the sentiment that I felt. And I noticed those shit goggles one time when I was like, why are you calling Hyun crazy? She's not. I realized that there was like a contradiction to how I am as a person, that I didn't want to assume the worst out of people. Because I'm like, there's no reason. Hyun has never done anything. There's no reason to dislike her. Emmy has never done anything to me either. What do you mean that she's like weird or whatever? Like, what do you mean Arya is weird? That wasn't... Everything, all my perceptions of these people were ignorantly believed from hearsay. And I'm like, wait, I shouldn't just take what people say without a grain of salt. Which I think is pretty important to be able to do that. But you have to come to some point in your life and realize something feels off. Yeah, goggles removed. Funny being friends with someone, think back to the one free going through the worst. I think I mean, your gut sense really doesn't lie. Your gut sense really does kind of have an intuition, because I knew that this person was not savory to be with, but I also chose to kind of not think it's a big deal until it got worse. Yeah. Perception is very important. But not everybody perceives the same thing the same way. That friend message but felt good because they knew me before and how different I am now. I just thought it was a sweet message, but I didn't... It was a sweet message, but for me, what was the most validating was how easy it was for me to make friends. For the past half year. It was so easy. And it's so easy to like people. It was so easy to just like want to connect with people, to ask people to go to coffee, to ask people to hang out. And I never felt that before, and I was like, that was way more validating than any message I could ever get from someone. Thanks, Jiryu. Eesh. But you know what I think the stupidest, like, statement or something is? It's like some kind of fucking, some bum-ass tech bro study. It's like, did you know that smart people are often lonelier? It's like, that's the dumbest fucking thing I have ever read, and anybody that perpetrates that and repeats that should kill it's so stupid, because if you're smart, you should realize that you don't have to see people in a way that you're not enjoying their company. And like, it was like, why do you think, where do you think the study came from? Is it because you're too smart that you're lonely? Or are you so dumb that you don't know how to get along with other people? You stupid bitch. Then in that case, you're not really smart, are you? You're just a dumb freak that has no social skill. Because you can be an extremely logical, neurodivergent fuck like me and still make friends. And lots of friends. If you're not smart enough to know how to do that, you're a stupid bitch. God, what a yeah, like, if you're so smart and alone, you're not that smart. Can we please stop saying kill yourself on stream? Kill yourself. I'm gonna kill myself. Hang some shelves. In game. Hey, you're that terminally online Hassan chatter from earlier. Yeah, of course you would have something to say about that, huh? Thoughts on me drinking Coke? I don't like cherry Coke. It's time to take your life into your own hands. I agree. I mean, you'll just get banned. Yeah, probably because you're personally reporting me. Because you seem like the kind of bitch to do that. Because I guarantee you no one gives a fuck, except for you. Don't you have something to be outraged about on Twitter? I'm gonna get some water. Okay, I'm reformed. You're right. Telling people to hang their shells is too crude and very against TOS. I think if you're a stalker harassing female streamers, you should kill yourself. What were we talking about? There it is! Yikes! Oh yeah, have like smart people or lonelier? God, that is so dumb. Yeah, ain't that smart? Fat chicken in a cage with 2 bars, yeah. I thought it was a bird. That chatter from that era? Who? Oh yeah, we should just, yeah, just ban him. That guy is just really weird. Sorry for, oh, what did they say? Sorry for earlier. I feel bad for making you mad. I didn't even know I was mad. If you catch up with Caroline, she could give you some inside. Oh my god, I don't give a fuck. Dude, why are Hassan chatters so weird? If you catch up with Caroline, she can give you some inside? I don't care. Ew. We gotta start, like, doing- is there some kind of script or program that if they chatted in Hassan's chat or have a certain amount of hours in his stream, you just permanently ban them from this stream? I do not want to deal with those people. Jesus Christ. Go away. Ew. Know when to drop it, exactly. Oh my god, these people are so mentally ill. Disgusting. That's what I'm saying. Go outside. Yeesh. I think I should have just done line art for this. Caroline's gonna personally hear from me. Oh my god. Yeah, that's exactly what I mean by, like, when you're so terminally online that you don't even realize how terminally online you are and have no ounce of self-awareness to the point that you think it's okay and like normal to type in this chat, hey, sorry for making you mad, but if you talk to Caroline, she can give you more insight on it, even though you said you didn't care about Casey Tron and H3's lawsuit that somehow has to do with Hassan and his haters. That I was like, I don't fucking give a shit, like 10 times. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know, that's like not something a normal person looks at on the internet, right? Jesus Christ. Damn, bitch, I'm busy trying to learn how to play Nocturne from Katana Zero on my electronic piano that I got 2 weeks ago. I'm not looking up fucking streamer lawsuit. trying to draw a fucking Magikarp. Anyways, back to dissecting the human psyche. Psyche? That's just drama frog behavior. You know what the irony of it is I don't actually think that person thinks they're a drama frog. They think that they're righteous. Kelly! Your inhibitions for 2026. Yeah, I agree. They genuinely think they know a normal amount of information. And I'm like, girl, the first sentence out of your mouth, I immediately knew that shit was weird as fuck. That's just what happens when you touch a lot of grass. You're like, wait a second, what that person said wasn't okay. That was not normal. I'm so lonely because I'm so smart. Did they say no? We were just talking about how there's a thing that goes like if you're. It's like a lot of articles always reference like smart people are lonelier, but I'm like that's so stupid. Can we stop saying for real, please? Cause this is cultural appropriation, and you are participating in AAVE. And AAVE is extremely problematic for someone like you because you are not supposed to be doing that. On the lokes. Suck my balls. On the lokes. On the lokes. On the lokes. Pussy too. How did you filtering out bigots? I don't generally meet them because the friends that I make are usually friends of friends, and I don't really hang out with people that are like weird like that. They released Pussy 2, yeah. They usually make themselves known. That's true, they do. How many people just self-report? Well, yeah, because they're not as scared now, because you can go record yourself being incredibly racist to like a Dunkin' Donuts employee and then get $200,000 in donations from other Americans. Can you be a fake racist? There was a girl that did that to pay her student loans. I think she was pretending to be a black conservative or something. And then after she paid it off, she tweeted, she was like, guys, I got all of you. Anyways, bye. But I don't know. I don't really know the full context of that. Grifting does pay. Thank you, Philip. Yeah, devs, can we nerf grifting and lying next patch, please? It's kind of OP. I should align this with a cleaner line. I fucked up. I have to redo this. Is the left-wing version? There is no left-wing grifting. Just leftists fucking hate each other. These bitches never get along. Kind of piano. I think I might have to update wait, is it this? Oops. Okay, well. I guess I'll kill myself! Just kidding. This one. Why is there a question mark at the end? Like, I'm not sure if that's my piano. Eh? 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 Yeah, I like the weighted keys. Eh? I learn very fast. Everything I do, I learn very fast. I have the fast learner hidden passive. It's like a child soldier that you meant to curate in RimWorld. Just comes with having special eyes. And perception. Oops. So what happens if you get a smart person who's very accomplished, happy, and has lots of hobbies and doesn't have depression? That's right, I'm gonna be running for president in the future. No, not president. I want to be the world dictator. No, the galaxy dictator. The Milky Way dictator. Just for fun. The first galactic emperor. Yeah! Yay! Yep. 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 The first god emperor. Just kidding, that's too much fucking work. I don't really want to do that. I just want to learn how to play Moonlight Sonata 3rd Act. I don't really have plans for any of that. That's too much work. I'm good. The reason I'm putting so much effort in this because the next art contest is going to be the theme of sea, sky, space. So I'm doing sea, and then tomorrow I'm gonna do sky, and then I'm gonna do space, and then I'm gonna announce the art contest. Cause I'm that bitch. Yeah, the 39 Met Gala. Am I the Devil Wears Prada lady? I took the personality test and it said that I was the same archetype as her. So yeah. They're making a 2. But I was talking yesterday about how I found this really cool jacket and then it was from John Galliano, and then I was like, that name's familiar, so I looked him up and he said that he loves Hitler and that he would have gassed a bunch of Jewish women when he was drunk one day, and I was like, oh, that's why he's familiar, so I didn't buy that jacket. Yeah, a Galliano. Hugo Boss did Nazi uniforms. Chanel was also a Nazi spy. Coco Chanel. Nazi conspirator and... yeah. Dolce, yeah, Dolce... I avoid Chanel, Dolce & Gabbana, Balenciaga. But also, personally, there's a reason why the girlies say... when Chanel is like the official outfit sponsor for K-pop stars or whatever, they say they are in Chanel jail. There is a reason for that. It's because of the lack of cunt being served. When Chanel designs custom gowns and outfits for stars, they are in jail. They are in fashion jail because they suck. But also Chanel's clothes and overall bags and everything, they kind of just have one like that one aesthetic that I'm not even into. So I'm like, whatever. No thanks. I'm okay. Meanwhile, Alexander McQueen, he said, and I quote his words, "I want to design clothes for women that when they walk in the room, other people are afraid of them." How fucking metal is that? Oops. When you realize all old companies benefit from slave profits? Yeah, and currently we're paying taxes to data centers that actively poison the water supply for rural towns. What the fuck do you want me to do about that? Stop it! That's why buying fashion as... well... fashion to enjoy luxury designer items just for the novelty of it being luxury is very boring to me. I think fashion as a means of self-expression is so much more interesting, and it's the same reason people make fun of people that wear like Gucci tracksuits that just have the logos all over the place. It's because their identity is making sure that you know what they're wearing is expensive. So they wear things with logos plastered all over them. However, you know what the irony of that is? Is that the concept of plastering these luxury label logos all over that was actually created by streetwear artists that these luxury brands actually decided to rip off of, because street artists would make bootleg designs of these designer fashion brands and paste it all over. And then they just fucking yoink that shit. Which, technically, it is their IP. They're well within their rights to do that. So fashion actually has a lot in tandem with culture. Is that eventually what is considered popular came from what was... like, it grew from a place that was not considered popular. Once it's popular, it kind of strips its identity of where it originated from. So when you dress yourself in a means of self-expression that is unique to you and away from trends, you're less likely to fall for short-term trends that will make you throw out your closet every month. Actually, I'll add these wrinkles later. Vivienne Westwood actually came from designing very punk rock sex aesthetic bands for what, Sex and the Pistols or something. So they have a lot of vagina penis imagery because they came from a very like punk aesthetic. Then they got popular, which I think is fine, but oh, the Sex Pistols, yeah. Sex in the Pistols, sexy pistols. But you should always buy something because you like it, not because it's popular. But then the tricky question is, what if you only like it because it's popular? Then that you have to figure out on your own. Do you actually like it, or do you just like it because it's popular and you convince yourself that you like it, but it's actually because it's popular? Then that makes you question who you are and what your interests are and what makes you unique. Which is why fashion isn't just clothes. The Labubu paradox, yeah. If I could go back in time and change one thing, what would it be? That you were ever born? Stupid ass question. Go fuck yourself. There's a whole section of marketing addresses people's need for prestige, yeah. Which is kind of sad, isn't it? To commodify self-expression. Damn, my fucking hands are shaky. Ugh. There's a line correction tool. I think if you maybe vector it, you can smooth it out. I don't know the tech. Why should I shoot if Fashion had t-shirts with 3,000 look different to the crap you own? I mean, that's usually made for people with money burning a hole in their wallet. And then they'll have these like... just shit that most people wouldn't buy. Because that's specifically for the people that want the prestige and have a lot of money. But there's also that diminishing returns of price and clothes where after a certain point it's not gonna be that much better. From the side of the buyer? What was I saying? I forgot. What? Okay, once I line it, I can color really fast. Something about overpriced t-shirts people buy. Oh, like if you're buying like a Balenciaga t-shirt that's like a plain white t-shirt and it's $3,000, that's just fucking moronic unless you have like Elon Musk money. That's like really stupid. It's really stupid. Unless you have that kind of money to burn, it's like whatever. But if you don't have that kind of money to burn, what the fuck are you doing? There's no shit, nobody can tell. So if you are not in the tax bracket to be buying that kind of stuff, but you still buy that kind of stuff, that means that you are buying for prestige. It's time to die! Yeah, there's no point in buying stuff like that. For like 99.9999999% of people. Unless you're buying for quality, there is no quality that can justify a $3,000 plain white t-shirt. Cause that's what I mean by there's like diminishing returns of pricing when it comes to basic clothes. That's why I like buying unique designs. And I encourage people to buy knockoffs. Because if you like a design and that shit's like $3,000 and you find it for like $200, fuck yeah, get that shit. But not when they're ripping off like an artist selling their own jacket for $200 and then you find it on AliExpress for $20. That's fucked up. There's a difference between like ripping off popular luxury brands versus ripping off an indie artist. I don't give a fuck if Gucci's getting ripped off. Exactly. Personally, I just wouldn't be ripping off Gucci because I just think they suck. They have like some occasional good pieces, but generally they're just... I would say there's like designer slop, and what the brands that I consider to be in designer slop are generally like the ones that everybody knows. Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Chanel... Because they don't have that much of an identity at this point in the mass market outside of just being luxury, just like luxury stuff. What's a good designer brand? I can't tell you that because I don't know what you like. For me personally, my favorite jacket is this. From Junya Watanabe. Am I ever going to find this anywhere else? No. This is like one of a kind design. It's in my closet. Let me find my shit. I know, isn't it so Death Stranding? The Bolero. Bikes. Then there's this X-ray dress from Jean-Paul Gaultier. And then this off-the-shoulder wide neckline Vivienne Westwood corset. Alexander McQueen bodysuit that has the princess puff sleeves. This was the sweater I thought I lost, but it was just in my closet. Because it looks so dumb that I love it. And this is from Lou Dan. Because I love how stupid it looks. This I bought from somebody that sells crochet jackets, handmade. This I stole from the Outdoor Boy's son. I like weird clothes. That's why they stopped posting videos, because I stole their Patagonia. I don't have a unified style, I just buy stuff I like. That's all. What about shoes? Oh my god, girl! Let me show you! Look at these heart heels from Yume Yume. I don't really wear these out that often though, but look how cunty they are. I have so many tabbies. This is from Shushu Tong. Tabbies. I'm pretty sure I have like 2 more tabbies in Canada. Ballerina heel flats from Sandy Liang. Margiela anatomical tall boots that I wore in the Ada Wong. More tabbies because I love this painted look. And then my Togapola sliders, whatever, loafers. And I also have these from La Mer. I have more shoes at home. I need to bring them over so I can serve more cunt. Need to serve. The need to serve. Pretty sure I have like 2 more pairs of tabbies at home. If I'm serving cunt, you're serving who's driving this bus, 11 running over James Charles. So Molly did her worker wearing chrome hearts saying they would, no, I don't know what that is. But also, you know, chrome hearts gets ripped off a lot. I was literally at like a random flea market and they had chrome hearts. Obviously they weren't real because they were really light. When you start recognizing or familiarizing with yourself with design motifs of luxury designer brands, you'll start seeing it everywhere. Because what happens at the top, so what happens to very avant-garde runway shows get watered down into like luxury ready-to-wear, gets watered down to other brands that are more accessible, and then gets watered down to like H&M, Zara, fast fashion, etc. H&M play, but music? I thought they just played like Taylor Swift or something. Oh yeah, Nana has a lot of Vivienne Westwood. Baby, I love you! Baby, Baby, This is art to art for the day. I've just been working very slow pussy. Micro penis mega pussy matchmaking. You know what is so funny about the JoJo fashion stuff, that how they always serve cunt, is one of the Boruto artists tried to draw a like variation cover serving cunt, and the outfit flop, the pose flop, everything flop, because they did not have the intimate knowledge and understanding that the experience of the JoJo artist has. So everything that they put out there is sucked. Like, it had no cunt. It served nothing. Go girl, give us nothing. Because they don't have that intimate knowledge. You cannot grift being into it. Not that they were grifting, but it's like, fashion is one of those things that if you grift in it, the girlies will know. They can tell. They can tell that you don't actually like fashion. You just like to look like you enjoy luxury. It's very noticeable because fashion is one of the most visually at face value ways of self-expression. If your heart is not into the aesthetic, people will be able to tell. So you have to put your whole pussy into it. Which is why fashion is so fun. And experimenting. Experimenting doesn't make you a poser. But how you follow trends will say a lot about how you are as a person. Which is it's why mainstream will never opt punk or metal. They and replicate but never get it. Yes, because fashion and culture go hand in hand. If you are somebody that dresses punk, you are and you're like conservative, your pussy is not showing, and then people would be like, go fuck yourself, you know? Yeah, it just doesn't make sense. The character design to a fashion line, they would definitely do better than that brand that was like luxury Elden Ring. Or like poop from butt. Tarnished. Yeah, that was like the most egregious example of someone who is not really into fashion thinking what fashion should be. And then the only thing they emulated was the brain dead luxury slop that I'm talking about. Because it is what greets you when you walk into a luxury store with your first big girl paycheck, big boy paycheck, and you're like, what should I buy? Ooh, a sweatshirt that says Balenciaga. That's the vibe I'm gonna copy. That's luxury. Go fuck yourself, you stupid cunt. What a waste of a fantastic IP. I don't personally like thrifting because I like browsing online and they have the picture of it and how it fits on someone. Because that's exactly what it'll look like. Then I'm like, okay, easy. People buying good clothes. Yeah, people do that. Thrifting has been eviscerated. From capitalism and fast fashion. Oh my god, I just thrifted this for $450. I always really, my favorite kind of fashion people are people that just like wear weird shit. Cause I'm like, I know you like that because you actually really like that. That's heat. Yeah, knowing how to make your own clothes is very cool. Sewing side quest? I'm too much on my plate. I gotta finish some rugs too. And I keep seeing a garden on my balcony with a bunch of potted plants and hydrangeas and peonies. I'm selling rugs? Yeah. I honestly forgot about setting up my storefront. Ladies, do you guys, I see you guys are influencers or content creators. Do you guys have Instagrams? Ladies. Why did I just lag? I said I wanted to watch Batman Beyond later. Hehe. Fuck! I'm so slow. I'm walking in. Yeah, I made this song. It's me, Beethoven. Have you ever seen me, him in the same room? I didn't think so. Yeah, I'm playing with my pussy lips. Like that one video of somebody tripping over a guitar and then her ham slices strum the guitar. That's something AI could never create. I want to play Elden Ring randomizer soon. I just don't know when. Probably after I'm done my drawing stuff. I feel like I haven't played games in forever. Do I even still know how to play games? Do I even know what a game is? When is Cobblemon? January 9th. At 12. I want to make people art and rugs. It would be really fun. No, I respect my class out of gamer into artist, creative. I needed more XP into I needed more XP bonus for my piano playing. Hurry up. Hurry up! I'm trying, Wario! Hurry up! It was really shaking ass, yeah. I have to do the background too. I'll figure it out. I'm not a pussy. I can draw it. Damn, I've been doing the fast drawings for so long that I forgot how long an actual drawing putting my whole pussy in would take. Fuck, drawing takes so long. Fuck. Fast music. What would it be? Classical music when you're on a deadline? I can't take the song seriously. Okay. Don't look at the gift. I don't like this classical song. This one sounds dumb. I also don't like the song. Dude, classical music has been used in memes too much that I can't ever take it seriously. Much better. Flight of Bumblebee? Yeah, I played that a few streams ago. One, two, three, four. Thanks, Hylas. I have to finish this so we can go watch Batman Beyond. No watching movie until you finish your work! Batman could, yeah. I fucking hate the song if this is... I fucking hate the song. I don't like this song because it's overused by YouTubers. No, I just forgot his little his mustache. I forgot his mustache. How can this be? Oops, that's a bit too thick. Oh man. Damn. Ew, my hand sweat's making my pen slip. My hands just get sweaty. I know I have like extra sweaty hands. The thing I had since I was a kid. Okay, I know a way to do this. Who put this here? Moo Moo Meadow. That's not Moo Moo Meadow. I was looking at it in my mind. That's what I was doing. I was orbing. Doesn't have aphantasia like a boss. Oh yeah. So this way I don't have to individually figure out every section because I applied the gradient. So it streamlines my workflow in finding the color for this part. Thanks, Viv. Does Gyarados ever close his mouth? He actually did. Somebody linked one earlier. It was very weird. He always keep that thing open. Veneers are bought? Where? Oh, missed this. La, 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 la. Oh my god, that looks like Family Guy eyes. Blech. Thank you for listening to Community Concerns. Did you think I took your opinion and not that it was a work in progress that I was going to add gradient colors into the gray? Did you think it was your input that changed my opinion on that? You are fucking trash. This is why I fucking hate people that think that they have any ounce of valuable input to give me when I already know. I hate you, and I hope you break your spirit on the wheel. Send him into the sun. Jesus Christ. You know what? I'm not fucking done. Let me go even a step further. You know how there's like people who, when they see something being made, they really want to feel like they're a part of it, and they really want to feel like it's a group project that they put their name on. So they'll say something like that and be like, oh my god, I contributed. No, I hate you. Your input to me is useless. Yeah, they like want that participation medal, which is where this desire to like, hey, let me help, flirt. Go away, it's annoying. Shoot. Be gone. Be gone. Shoot. Because if I want some input, I would be like, I feel like I can add something here. What should I add? Looking kind of shit. Might have to restart, yeah. Actually, I don't think I should add this. Why do you have to be so mean? I'm just giving some constructive criticism. Let me see your art. Let me see your art. Let me see. Some reason they never show it. There was one time this guy did show it, and guess what his art looked like? Dog shit. That's right. It looked like shit. But that's okay, at least they're trying. But they need to learn how to shut the fuck up, is what I'm saying. It was ass. It was fucking ass. Lack of breasts? Where would I put breasts on Gyarados? Oh, wait! He just has 2 of these massive honkers with nipples, and then it goes into a single tail. Yeah. Oh yeah. One of the noodles is still orange? Thank you. See, now that is something I appreciate. He noodle orange. He noodle not orange. Do I sign my art when done? Yeah, it's time for the daily, not daily, but like monthly or like whatever reuse story. When I first started doing art and gaining a following and I sold prints, I signed the prints on the back because I didn't want to ruin the print. And I sold like 20 prints all signed on the back. And I didn't know you were supposed to sign them on the front. Oops. I think some people still have them. This is such a funny mistake. Have other themes coming up? Yeah. You know how yesterday I rushed like 3 drawings and one of them was studying off this? So now I'm putting my whole pussy into learning from this. And then the theme today is sea, and then the theme tomorrow is sky, and then the theme after is space, because that's going to be the prompt for my art contest. Met Gala ass art contest. Suck and fuck. What's my favorite Pikachu? Probably Quagsire, Psyduck, Altaria, and Alolan Ninetales. Oh. Shit. Oh, mama. Is it full art card? No, I'm just studying. For fun. I just be doing shit. Thanks, Joko. Happy New Year. No Batman Beyond till you finish your homework. Get to the times table. You wanna watch TV now? Nah! Finish your homework. Well, since you did it so fast, you can do another. Oh my god, that just like unlocks some fucking sleeper memory. Punished for success. What brush? It's not a brush. It just layer properties affect border effect, thickness of edges, and then you can change the color. Then it just adds the outline for you. Very handy dandy. Very enjoy. Yeah, you learn because you have to problem solve how people get certain effects in their styles. When you do study, which is what I'm doing right now, because I'm studying this art style, then you learn new techniques that you never would have otherwise tried. There's much knowledge to be gained. Yes? What's the brush name? It's not a brush, it's a layer effect. Under layer properties. You can apply it to anything. It's called border effect. Cheating, are we? Yeah. Yeah. Procreate is really good too though. I think Clip Studio might have like more technical stuff, like 3D modeling and whatnot. Because Procreate is supposed to be very seamless, streamlined on for the tablet. Yeah, the 3D modeling is super useful. Yeah, it's a very easy program to use. Cause usually, I'm very like used to the UI layout, but a lot of people are very intimidated by how traditional drawing programs on the computer are because they use like Procreate. But traditionally drawing programs have always been, and I saw someone describe it like this, is they don't like drawing programs that when they open it, it looks like the inside of a spaceship. And that's exactly what this shit looks like, because you're not wrong. There's so much. It's very easy to get overwhelmed. So you just try to take it one step at a time and like slowly learn what each module does. That's why Procreate is very, very beginner friendly. Yeah, I'm still learning shit too. There's so much, there's just so much. Isn't it what time? I don't know. I'm not too sure. I'm not knowing. Make a custom card? No, I'm just doing my drawing everyday challenge. Because I rushed it yesterday. Then tomorrow is the Lucario one. That art style. With more graphic design integrated. That's my weak point. You're probably not gonna want to hear this, but if you're not comfortable drawing backgrounds, You're gonna have to start drawing backgrounds. You have to. There was a point for me, I remember when I was like younger, I was like, dude, backgrounds are so hard, I'm not gonna draw them. And then at one point I thought, if I never start, I'm never gonna learn it. So then I forced myself to. Now it's very liberating to be able to picture something in my head and just be able to do it. Because that's investing in your skills so that the future you will have a much easier time drawing. Now I just see background as part of the process of whatever drawing I'm making. Not difficult or intimidating at all. Evil and intimidating horse. I mean, I'm going on the flow now, but I did plan in my head mostly this composition already. That is an advantage I have, is I don't have aphantasia, I see it in my head. I would say that does give me a bit of a leg up. Is the hewn panel? Finally somebody commented on it! God, I've been waiting all day! I made that just in case she was gonna post like another picture, but then I got too impatient, so I just put it there. I was gonna comment under a post of hers. I fucking spent time making that. Ta-da! Yay. It clicks the Path of Exile, yeah. Makes it even better. I actually, yeah, I was planning on going to a stained glass workshop. But I got busy. I should go look, I need to go check my schedule. Remember when I make stickers for other streamers? I don't make stickers. Nice try. Fraud. That guy's a phony. I'm out of skill points right now. I use it all on piano. Yeah, I need to level up. Yippee, I'm done! Fuck. $28. 2 more to go. Yeah, sky and then space. I haven't really thought about the stuff for sky yet. Favorite flying? Altaria. Chief Keef dropped. Chief, I haven't heard that name in forever.
This industry work.
Trying to find it. I think it's oral slime. Nosferatu. I have to wake up early tomorrow. I also woke up early today. When is waking up earlier? Well, anytime like before 2. This is my drawing of Altaria. Did I do my piano dailies? I did. I do my I don't miss any days. Yeah, friend maxing is back on the menu. I have a craft club to go to tomorrow. What's the blue fucker called again? The three fuck ass birds? Articuno, okay. Oh yeah, uno se dos tres. Thanks, Deme! I hope you have a sweet sleep. Have a good sleep, and I hope you had a good stream. I go back. I'm doing my work. This is Sky one? Yeah. And then tomorrow's Space, and then I'm done. That was very funny. That game, these are some top tier friend swap, turbo swap games. I love friend swap. I'm gonna put Zapdos in the back because I don't like him. Or was it? Sif is being an instigating hoe. Oh my god, I'm almost done. Can you believe it? Tomorrow, space will be easy. And then art contest. I did it, Mom. And then Elden Ring randomizer, and then Bubblemon. Yippee! I also posted a rug tufting ASMR video on Instagram. Did I finish Silksong? I forgot about Silksong completely. Like, I genuinely just totally forgot. It was not even on my mind. Get him! Leave me alone, you stupid fucking birds. I finished Silksong off stream. Dude, I do not play games or even go near my computer off stream. That's a good reel. I should make more reels. I'm funny as fuck. But reels, I mean, that doesn't really pay the bills. Gotta turn on stream for that. Oh god, it's happening. My wrist hurt. Uh-oh. But I didn't even do anything. Me when I lie. Man. The drawing, group training, probably the drawing, group training, piano playing, rug tufting, weightlifting. Probably that. I hope to learn 5 piano songs by the end of the year. I'm already at 1 and 1/3. The main menu song from E33? I don't even know which song that is. TBH found. This stupid ass bird has such a stupid shape. The fuck does this look like? I hate him. Ah. Oh my god, drawing the Canadian flag as a kid is the most fucked up thing. It's the worst. When it's time to draw now, these 4 specific color pencils shorter than the other. And then some fuck ass kids started sharpening from the other end too, and then oh my gosh. Or like somebody chewed the end of the pencil crayon. Ew. Why did they do that? I'm doing the same thing I did yesterday because the day before I rushed. Now I can take this more seriously. How thick is this line? I'll go a little thicker. It? Okay, this is some fucking baby music. No. Graphite. Back in my day, kids called it lead, but it's not lead. But I don't know why they always said lead. They're like, can I have some lead? And then there would always be a kid that goes like, you know it's not actually lead, right? It's graphite. Why do my line weights suddenly get smaller? Yeah, why do people call it lead? They thought it was the same thing? Wrong. And then after this, we can watch Batman and the Mask of the Phantasm. That's the plans for today. And I roll out the TV. Batman. I've never seen that one. I've never even heard of it. They're hiding it from me. Me specifically. Last night we watched Batman Beyond: Return of the Jonkler. The Jonkler. What made me want to watch so many clips on stream as of lately? Is this fun? Next question. What? That's crazy. Crazy girl. It's so strange. How can this be? Oh, so crazy girl. Didn't it be 29 out of 31? What's 31? Cheating? Wasn't it always a 30-day drawing challenge? It wasn't a January drawing challenge. It's a 30-day drawing challenge. Or it wasn't a December drawing challenge. It was a 30-day drawing challenge. I also didn't even start on December. Busy. Set up my rug store. Nice fucking playlist cohesion, you stupid uploader. I hope you break both your legs. I hate when people don't put their whole pussies into the playlist. pissing me off. Not okay. What if they don't have legs? Then I hope they manage to get legs back only to lose them again. Cause I'm evil. Kenji, did you already end stream? What kind of pussy hours are those, huh? What happened to the 10-hour streams you said you were gonna do? Yeah, I think I might have accidentally hurt my wrist. You stream on 2 different accounts? Oh my god, who fucking cares? He's a league player. I'm excited for Batman. I'm gonna have to go to bed early today, though. You had a dream? I was in a Minecraft tournament and I won? Really? I'm a winner in your eyes. Wow. Yay. I did it. I won. Yay. Oh my god, remember that person that was like, that Minecraft event Sleepy invited us to, and somebody was like, I just think you shouldn't be leaving these tournaments early even if you don't qualify for the finals, because this is how you show respect to the event organizers. And then I replied and said, so true. It's very disrespectful that these streamers did that, and I left frame 1. I don't think they caught that. I don't think they knew that, but it's okay. It's just... It's very, like, funny to... Maybe I'm a little evil for that, but I think it's very funny to have a little tomfoolery when nobody's getting hurt. It's very unserious. Why would anybody stay for an hour doing nothing? Because it's disrespectful to the event organizers to leave early. Duh. Some people just don't have any manners these days. Like, content creators and streamers should all die, because if I was in their place, I would be so much more grateful. If it was me invited to that event, I would be so much more respectful. I didn't even know those are things that Sleepy kept up with. Random Sleepy lore. I didn't know he was a Minecraft head. I think I gotta chill. My right wrist has ache. Am I in Silent Hill? What the fuck is this? Yeah. What? Okay, do you guys know if there's this like one GIF that people use as a reaction, as a kind of like overreaction when people get like really upset about something, and it's this guy from an animated movie like flailing around, and then he falls over and bumps into some furniture or something, and then he kind of just very wobbly. And I think it came from, it's like a sped up animated kids thing. It's from Killer Bean? Is that what it's from? Was the guy bean shit? I don't remember. It was always pretty low res when I saw it. So I don't knowing. Is it the Bee movie? Maybe? I don't know why kids are here. Don't you have like Phase to watch or something, or Minecraft? Because when I see the person behind typing those messages, I just see like those really annoying kids that say chat, and they're like 14 or something, and they're just talking to their parents and they say chat. That's the kind of child. Yeah, it is this. Yeah, this is what I was thinking of. It was this. Hyun? Yeah, that's the one. Have I ever watched the Bee movie? No. That was a 2020 follower? Yeah, a lot of 2020 followers need to never come by here again. I've been so vigilant in pruning a lot of my, or like making sure that a certain demographic knows that they're not welcome here. Because the more normal I become and the more I touch grass, the more I want to distance myself from degenerate internet culture. I find it very... I just grew out of it. I just got older. I'm good. I hate creepy men. 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 And I hate kids. I don't like kids. The child demographic can fuck off forever. Don't come to my stream. Fuck them kids. I hate kids. Me and Jerma, we be killing kids. No one gets more offended that you don't like making content for kids than kids. I guess because every adult would be like, yeah, whatever. I think we should just ban all kids from the internet, I agree. But you were a kid once, is what a child would retort with. Or somebody who's as mentally developed as a child. Oh yeah, Grok is straight up generating child porn. But I guess that lines up with Elon. Yep. They are straight up generating child porn. They removed Grok's media tab? Oh, so they know. Yeah. Because people pointed out, if you look at Grok's media tab, it's pretty much like 80% used to undress women and kids. And put like kids in bikinis and stuff. Thought Necro's getting cooked for joking about it? Yeah, and I think he deserves to get cooked for joking about it, because if a ton of women are being, like, used against their consent to have people just, like, so easily, accessibly generate naked photos of them when before this would take a lot more work and effort, which most people didn't know how to do. And it's like a widespread issue, and he's like, nah. Nah. He just gave Reddit so much ammo because Reddit already fucking hates that guy. Good luck, brother. Yeah, and he kind of had a non-apology. When you, even if you actually didn't understand, which I really doubt that he didn't actually know the context or how widespread it was, I seriously doubt that. Your apology should immediately be like, okay, I severely fucked up. Sorry. That was very irresponsible. Blah 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 blah. Definitely right, but it might be impossible for a guy like him. It's a lot of guys like that think it's like okay to joke about things like that, or like it's appropriate to make certain kinds of sexual innuendos or jokes that are rooted in very like fraternity bro culture. It's how you end up with lawsuits involving so many high-level game developing studio executives that normalize that, and then it gets to a point where they have something called the Cosby Suite. It's just a joke. We're not actually rapists. It's just a joke. That woman seems a bit uptight. A good fuck will do her well, said a Ubisoft executive about a girl that was working there. Hey, you should do a handstand even though you are wearing a skirt. Who cares? Do a handstand, said another Ubisoft executive to another woman. But it's just a joke. Or yesterday when we were watching Perfect Blue and someone says no one hates women like other women, and I'm like, you sure about that? Cause I don't think women hate each other more than men hate women. And I can give you a really specific example right away, is if two big female streamers started to have drama immediately, why are women so dramatic? Why are women so emotional? Why are they catfighting? FaZe Banks, FaZe drama, no one brings their gender into it. They're not being catty. Drama is drama. There's no cattiness to it. Two female streamers? Ah, this is classic bitchy female behavior. Some women really be hating other women for no reason? Do you think that's relevant to what I said, or are you that fucking dumb? Did you think that someone who says no one hates a woman more than other women And I said that's not true because women are hated by men more than they are hated by other women. And then you said, well, sometimes some women hate other women for no reason. And you think that somehow disproves my point? So your critical thinking and articulation is not very strong. Do you think, well, so if you ask them, do you think women kill women the way men kill women? They would be like, no, but I just wanted to point out that sometimes women hate other women for no reason. And I'm like, okay, but we're talking about on a grand scale, men kill women more than women kill women. So it's fair to generalize that generally women are hated by men more than women are hated by other women. But then somebody like this stupid would just be like, yeah, but sometimes women just hate other women for no reason. And don't even see how that's relevant to what we're talking about in the majority context of who actually hates who more. Yeah, people do that. They interject another point when it's not really relevant because they think it's relevant. Because if we're like, and you know why? It genuinely is because they think it's relevant to the point because they don't actually understand what you're talking about. They do not understand the point of what you're trying to say. They see like, oh, we're talking about how, in terms of violence on women, it's mostly perpetrated by men. Yeah, but sometimes women are also mean to other women for no reason because they're like, oh, violence, mean, women are also mean to other women. It must be relevant. I'm gonna inject that point. They think it's relevant. It's not because they are very lacking in the brain department because they think that like a vague point and the same subject automatically correlates what they're talking about. So when you see people like that, that's exactly why you have characters like the head that hangs from your waist in God of War. That's why you have Dollman in Death Stranding 2. That's why you have an exposition character that explicitly states how you should feel about other characters and where the plot is going and suspicions that you have towards where the plot is developing and characters' motives, because these people cannot understand beyond a very surface level point and subject. So yeah. Men are afraid of women, make fun of them. Women are afraid men will kill them is a phrase, right? Yeah. That is the phrase. Yeah, and that's why Genshin has Paimon to explain everything that just happened. Or people that don't know who the bad guys are in Star Wars. They need like very explicit statements. But one time a woman was mean to me, so really misandry is just as bad when you think about it. And even though men overwhelmingly kill more women than women kill other women, sometimes women just be hating other women for no reason though, and I really felt the need to interject that. Just letting you know. Good to know, yeah. Yeah, that's what I said yesterday when someone was like, no one hates women more than women. I'm like, you know, a lot of times that even when women do hate other women, it's because it's for validation of the male gaze. Why do you think there's a trope called not like other girls? Why do you think there's something called pick me girls? It's almost like there's a very deeply rooted, insidious culture behind why that is. There should be a class on communication, except there is. That's what you're taught in school, to learn how to formulate arguments for essays, to learn how to dive deeper into novel study themes, but do any of these people really pay attention? No, because the same people that are like, why didn't they teach us anything useful in school like doing your taxes? They don't care. They will never pay attention to anything that is given to them because they do not have the engagement to actually even try to understand what is being put in front of them if they don't feel like they're going to need it. So then you end up with a nation full of people that will vote directly against their own interests because somebody told them, hey, do it. This will really hurt people you don't like. Do it. So then a year in, how's the groceries? You detained all the immigrants. How's the grocery prices? How's the prices of living? How is the economy for you as an average person? Did it get better? Do they have communication class in school? No, but the whole point of English and literature in school is to teach you how to articulate and critical thinking in terms of realizing deeper themes and learning how to read between the lines. That's all they taught in English. That's why they study like things like chrysalids, The Outsiders, fucking Shakespeare. Because it explores themes of human nature, man versus nature, man versus self, all that. Yeah, humanities. That's what it was called for my school. Humanities encourages too much critical thinking, and a lot of people don't like thinking. Always good to have a population that doesn't think. Yellow? I'm freaking tired. Blech. Everyone goes around complaining about lack of because they don't realize that they don't. It's because they think they're smarter than they are. To have that kind of like lack, the lackness monster. I should think of what to do for space tomorrow. Figure it out when I get there. That's my motto for life. I'll figure it out when I get there. No use stressing. Zapdos isn't weak to lightning. That make him kinda crazy style, no? He exploding my phone? No. No, please. Well, I'm so tiring. Blech. My nightly tea? I had an energy drink earlier, but I don't know. If I try to sleep, I probably wouldn't even be able to sleep. But I don't think the energy drink should be wearing off this early. Maybe I saved the Batman movie. A bit tired. Tomorrow I have craft club. Yeah, craft club with the girls. Well, crafting, I think I'm gonna yassify some keychains. That's what I'm gonna do. Exandria, I'm very tired. Maybe dying. Bye bye. No idea where to start. Google. Hope that helped. Good luck. I'd love to take a fat nap right now. Not even for- I'm so tired. I think I must have slept like a butthole or something. There's no other explanation for it. I must have slept a butthole. I slept a butthole. Try finger butthole. Sleep is stored in the butthole, and I think someone touched mine and stole it. Otherwise, how can this be? They steal sleep directly from the source now? Yeah. That is what they are doing. That's what the streets are saying. But I am tired. But I am tired. But I am tired. How do I make the colors not go out of the line? Magic. Thanks for coming to the world's most unhelpful art stream. It's because I just don't feel like answering. Come again later. Try again later. Try again later. No, it's not for a rug. That'd be sick though, but I don't have a big enough stand. Oh my god, it's giving Barbie. Almost done this month-long quest. Oh my god! And then I gotta go back to rug maxing. This has been using too much stamina. Back to rugs. Cobblemon, Elden Ring. Yippee! Yeah, Cobblemoning. Have I ever played Bayonet? Yeah, I played the first one. It was very cunting. Very cunting. Did the masses not pick up on cunty yet? Damn, I'm falling asleep at my desk. Oh. This music is not helping! Telling my boss he looks cunty. Wait, let me play my penis music. Why is he so wide? That boy wide as hell. I like this song more than Bury the Light. TBH, fam. Yeah, maybe this will wake me up. It's June poppy poppy pee poppy poppy pop poppy pop poppy poppy pop. What the fuck? Poppy poppy pop. Oh yeah, I wonder when I'm gonna get my Miku figurines. Which one? I don't know. I just thought they were pretty. There was like a Kuromi one. I just got it because they were like blue and purple, and I really like that color combination. Thought it was neat. I just think they're neat. I gotta fucking sleep after this. My energy levels is like Sims. It's in fucking red right now. This is bullshit! I fucking hate having to sleep. I have so many side quests I want to do. This is... Devs, patch it! Pissing me off. Yeah, they added caffeine addiction so you're forced to play around it. It's fucking bullshit. You see how I have a really bad habit of always accidentally keeping everything perfectly proportional? Like the space between here is overly even. Yeah, that's why I think I might actually be a replicant. Of mayhem. Oh yeah, and then I'm gonna learn how to play Magic next week. So many play dates. Yeah, I'm learning magic. Be careful. The fill is a bit weird. It's fine. Oh, Peter said there's like two kinds of magic. There's like the sweaty one and then like a more RP focused one. It's just like more fun socially. I think that's the one we're gonna do. Commander? Yeah. And then I should also learn D&D. Oh boy! We fucking nerd maxing. I probably would really enjoy D&D. I know I would. I know I really, really would. It would be like crack. And then I'm gonna start losing my hair. Me when someone takes too long to finish their turn. Hurry the fuck up! Ah! What is a forever DM? They never get to play? What the fuck? Oh my god, then I can start a spreadsheet and see how many people will be my friend after. And I'm gonna see if I can beat Arcadum's high score. Get that shit to 20%. Am I painting for fun or some porpoise? There's this porpoise I met on the beach the other day and they were really nice and gave me some shiny pebbles, so I thought this was how I could repay the favor. Maybe it's the pasta I ate that made me sleepy. Does pasta make you sleepy? Carbs make you sleepy? It's more so that energy fall off comes quick. I think if it's like from simple carbs, that's why you don't feel as full eating junk food. Because complex carbs take longer to break down, so you get more of a sustained energy release. I just remember that in high school. Oh shit. Yeah, maybe the food coma too. Cause then after I worked out earlier, when I went to lie down in bed, I was so tired. Deep within, past the star, there will coming home. Chaos in the rain. Oh my god, I always use the trans pride flag colors because it's my favorite, and then it always just pops up. I always like accidentally use it. It is my favorite colors. My favorite color combo, which is why I like Sylveon. There it is. What the fuck is this candy cane doing here, huh? Who put this candy cane here? There we go. Hey, Queen. Yeah. Beneath the bloodstained sand. sticking out like that? No. Done. Last one tomorrow. Make this into a rug? Okay, if you buy me all the yarn and all of the equipment I need. I'm so tired. I don't think I can stay awake I don't think I can stay awake or around. I'll be back tomorrow because I have to finish it, and then I'll watch the Batman Mask of the Phantom Menace tomorrow. Yeah, I'm too tireding. Bleh.
We are ending our transmission.